Wait, where is it? Hi Lorenzo, hello. Oh, why? What do you mean why? Hi JJ, hello. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, hello. How are you doing? How did you sleep? Any news from your side? Hi Pito, hello. Any news from your side? Hello, hello. Let me start new. Let me fix this. Good morning, Sandro. Oh, good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Yesterday I went to the gym. I'm very proud. I worked hard on my arms. I was dying. So most probably today is gonna be a tough day. Especially tomorrow, actually. No, not this one. Oh, I have to. Hi, Julia! How are you doing, Ju? How is it going? This one. Apply. Alright. Nice. Choose. Sorry, I'm starting also on TikTok. We are also live on TikTok. Let's go. Hi, Ellie. Hello, hello, people. How are y'all doing? How did you sleep? Let me put on sunglasses. Let me put some shit on. Later, I'll try to get Pera also here on stream. If that's okay for you. I mean, that's definitely okay for you. Hi, Brian. Hi, new makeup? No. Always the same. I don't change much. I cannot be bothered to change it. Hi, Beta. Hi, Hidden. Hi, Ari. My clipping. Gotcha. Let me fix it. Okay. I need to find a way to fix it like every time so I don't have to do it myself. You know? I don't know how to. Now it should be better. Hello, hello. Let me put also the story on Instagram so then we're cool. Okay. Okay, today's tweet, listen people, sometimes I try to take cute pictures. I struggle, alright? I struggle very much. But how are y'all doing? How did you sleep? Did you have any weird dreams last night? Did you have anything weird? I'm really hungry. Yes, today you are using the music. You're choosing the music. I'm already hungry. What the fuck? Why am I already hungry? What happened? Maybe because I had it early? Well, I had it at 9. I had breakfast at 9. So did you have breakfast? Did you have a good breakfast? Or what time is it for you? Did you have the closest meal you were supposed to have? Link. There we go. Okay. Nice. Done. You had porridge? What did you put on it? What did you put on it? Remember to take water bottle with you. I do have it. I have it, but it's still, I'm very hungry. If you're hungry, it means you're recovered. I'm always hungry. I was hungry also when I was sick, but still, like, I couldn't eat. Added a banana to your breakfast? Small breakfast? Ooh. What do you usually have for breakfast, people? I need some inspiration. Because I already had, like bread with eggs and tomatoes. I already tried to have, like, bread and butter, yogurt and Wesleyan fruit. I need to change it. I need to change. What do you have for breakfast? Porridge, I don't like it too much. Bread with peanut butter, I don't know if I like it. Malted wheat dry? What is that? Larry, no, take a little bit of a rest. We have a topic on this on Discord. We do? Really? I didn't know. Oh my god, Armida, stop with the memes. Shit. Wait, let's see. Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it. I see Milan Games Week, smartwatch, Aria. It's in work Q&A. Okay, we have to fix that, by the way. We have to fix that. Mods prepared. Be ready, because we're gonna have to fix that thing. What do you normally have for breakfast? How long it take you to prepare it? Oh, that's nice. I'm gonna check that out for sure. I need some ideas on like what to have for breakfast, because I'm nah. It shouldn't be there, but it is. Yeah, I think that we should put everything just in one. We should have just one forum. Just one forum. Bread with Nutella and almond milk. Bread with Nutella. That sounds good. Hi, Aqua. Good morning. You do not recommend? Yes, of course you do not recommend. Larry, go rest a little. Trust me, it's so good for your creativity. It's so good for your creativity, for real. But, people, are you ready for today? Are you excited for what we have to do today? We have to choose, first of all, first cool thing that's happening, you choosing the music. What do you mean no? What do you mean no? By the way, Ari, I think that I will have to leave you for our trainings on Valorant for a couple of days, because I am training with the people for a tournament. So like tonight I will not be able to train with you. Sag. I was already thinking about it. But if we can play before 10, we can play before 10 if you want. I will not go to the gym in order to be with you. I'm not flexing. Not at all. It's not like it's not like a tournament for very good people. It's a tournament for people. No, thanks for... No, Ari, no! Don't feel betrayal. Don't. No, Ari, no. We can continue playing before 10. I will not go to the gym to stay with you. To play with you. Come on. Come on, appreciate the effort. Oh. Good, and then abandon. No, I did not. First of all, I did not exploit them to get good. She was in bronze and we got to gold together while I was in silver. First of all. It's fine, I'll go cry on League. No, don't go cry on League. I don't know, that's so bad. You're gonna just ruin your life. Hi, Rising, hello. Aren't I cold? No, I'm fine, actually. Like, Fabio, you have to consider the fact that I have the computer that is like doing... I have the window open, to let you understand. I have the window open. It's 11 degrees. Like, the computer is getting very warm. It's my blanket. You know that you're right here? What do you mean? Yeah, that's the point. I know that you're right there, Zeko. That's why I'm saying that League of Legends drains you. Hi, Dr. Octavius. Hello, good morning. Hi, Chezira. What do you mean evil? What do you mean evil? Hi, Federico. Hello. How are you doing, Federico? How is it going? You were the teacher? Oh, of the support exam? Oh, alright. Jisoo. No, I'm not dumping her. But wait. Can we look at this? Yesterday I was a bit sad, but at the same time very happy about my gains. Like, I don't see gains on my arms, but then yesterday I was able, like, before I did like 3 kilos, I was doing like yesterday I got to 6, not because I wanted to, but because there were no other dumbbells. So I feel like the gym being very full is a way for me to increase my weights, you know? It's a way... There were no other dumbbells, so I had to go for those ones. Hi, Diana. Hello. How are you doing? Good morning. You know, like, this is a good way to improve your no other dumbbells. What do you mean? Very strong arms? Yes, yes. Look at this. So at the Milan Games Week, if someone touches me, I can go... you dare get close. No, I'm joking. Get close. Say hi. Oh my god, I have to tell you this. Oh my god, I have to tell you this. So, you know that I have problems socially, right? I was okay when I go to the gym. I was in my like whenever I go to the gym, I'm in the mood of like I need to put my bed face up and I go in and I listen. I just span music that is super super loud and super rah, 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 screaming and shouting. So then I get in the gym and I'm very ready to go. No, thank you, Balab. I'm ready to go and let's go. And then I was walking in, and when I was walking in, imagine myself with like big hoodie, with straight face, angry with the word. I was like, let me put on the music. Let me put on the music that I was listening to. Maybe no, it was not this one, but I think that it fits the entire thing. Okay, I was like. With my bad face on. And then while I was entering, I see people staring at me. I was like, what the fuck do they want? And then I started to like, slowly like the facade of me being tough was like, fuck, do I have something on my face? Am I dressed weird? What is happening? In the meantime, I was like this. Am I dressed weird? What's going on? It's something bad. And then I got into the dressing room. I changed. I was like, oh well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wearing something weird, or like I don't know. I'm making. Maybe you can hear the sound from my headphones. I don't know. So like I just figured everything. I was like, then I looked at myself in the mirror. Like, I don't look way different than usual. So like again, put back my headphones, and I was like, oh, maybe it wasn't just in my head. I put back my headphones. I walk back out again with angry face. And then there's people in the middle of the way. I'm just trying to like switch, and they just stop me and like imagine. This is what I heard. This is what I heard because my music was like this. And I was what? So trying to remove the headphones. What? Sorry. And are you Julia? Instant panic mode. And then from some super giga chat I got into like yes, are you on Twitch? Hi. Hello. Hi. Yeah. Oh yeah. I didn't know you were going to the gym. Oh yes. And I felt like I was so in panic. I was so panicked. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know to the point that I was like, oh, okay, bye. And I didn't even say like, what's your name or how are you doing? What are you training or anything like that. I was like completely like clueless, completely clueless. So if they will ever join the stream. Just be ready because I'll be like, hi, how are you? I know you. Oh, just, yeah. Yeah. Famous and rude too fast. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Oh my god. I was instant panicked. I was super panicked. And then I kept overthinking, oh my god, I didn't say hi. I was looking angry. Maybe they think that I'm mean. And now I didn't say what's their name. I don't remember what's their, maybe they told me, but I don't remember. They want the gifts, yes. Maybe they told me, but I don't remember. And now I'm gonna be looking like I'm a mean person. They might give you a 1-star review on Twitch. That's the point. Oh my goodness. No, please don't tell me. Don't tell me that I ruined their day. Please. Yes, you can vote. You can vote. Let me open that up for you. There you go, chat. You can vote for the music for the next tomato. Oh my goodness. Oh, it was stressful. It was stressful for me. Because then the rest of the night I kept like looking around seeing if I was able to see them again. And then like, oh, maybe I can see them. Maybe if I ask them something more now, maybe they will not think that I'm mean, you know? It's relieving to see that I have the same problems as you. People, I overthink so much. I overthink so much. You have no idea. If I have an encounter with you, then I will keep like reminding, oh shit, maybe I should not have said that. Maybe I should have said it this way. Maybe I should have said it in this other way. Maybe I should have done, Leroy, thank you for the likes and the roses on TikTok. I appreciate you. Thank you, Leroy. I appreciate you for it. Wait, and I put the chat here so I can also see you. Oh, goodness. No, we have a pretty good idea of how much you were thinking at this point. Yes, thank you. Thank you. But you are mean. I'm not mean. I'm very much not mean. If I look mean, it's most probably because I don't know how to act. It's not because I consciously do it to be mean, you know? It's not like I consciously want to be mean. It's more like, oh, I forget. I don't know. You know, that's yeah. That's yeah. I'm so hungry. Why am I so hungry? I didn't overthink with the poll on Saturday. We think. Nikit, welcome back. Long time no see. Oh my god, my stomach is screaming. Nikita, thank you so much for the 7 months. Welcome back. How have you been? How are you doing? That's true. You're sometimes lost in thoughts. Very often. Very often, chat. Very often. Does it ever happen to you that you rethink about like specific conversations? It's time for Croca, definitely. Does it ever happen to you that you think about specific conversation? Maxwell. Maxwell, thank you so much for that. Hi, Prof. Hello. Maxwell, thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you very much for it. I really do. Oh, goodness. Oh, my tummy is hurting so much. I need food. I need food very much. Every moment, it happens so often to me that I send a message and right after I'm like, if I wrote this other message, I would have sounded so much cooler. Fuck, I cannot delete the message. Like, they will see that I deleted the message. Shit. Right, let me close. It's getting colder. We had Stardew on twice? What do you mean? What do you mean we had Stardew on twice? Oh, true. Hey. Unlucky. Less chances to get a Stardew then. Replaying conversation in your head and regaming the scenario is really common sign of social anxiety. Among other things, ask me how I know. Lol. I mean, wait, hold on a second. Doesn't everyone... Wait, Prof, thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you. Oh, we have a train! Thank you so much for the train. I appreciate you for it. I appreciate you. Hold on a second, chat. Doesn't everyone replay conversations in their head? Doesn't everyone? Hi, Cyber Soldier. Hey, Study Time, are you going to get the new Stream Deck Plus? The one by Elgato? If they send it to me, yes, I'd love it. Why are you asking, Cyber? Are you getting it? Do you have any contacts? Can generalize to everyone, but a lot of people probably do. Yeah, right? Right, everyone. Like, you don't do it, Kappa? You don't? Hi, Leroy. Some more than others, alright. It's not advised therapeutically. Oh, no? They just sent it to you and you're... Oh, look at this, Cyber. They came in chat. Mike. Oh, that's not you. That's not you. Mike, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so freaking much. I really appreciate you, really. Welcome in. It's a new. Give them sniffer chat. Sniff them, please. Sniff them. Look, I will say, look at this cyber. They came in chat just to flex. Well, are you getting it? No, you know, because I just got it. Oh my goodness. Well, congratulations. Congratulations to you. I mean, okay. Let me know. Let me know how if it's good. Really? Cyber, you're the sweetest. Cyber, you're the sweetest ever. Oh, yes. That was your first message. I appreciate you anyway. Let me go check you. Let me go check you out. Oh, what is that? Is that a baby? Happy to be here, by the way, Cyber. Really. Okay. Oh, Lars. You don't stream that much? Why are you putting me? Oh, Lars, thank you to the gifted to Cyber. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. Thank you. You're sweet. Anyway, are we ready to work today? Your new baby? Oh, okay. Fair enough. This tattoo hurt so much. So much that I did it live. Anyway. Shall we start the work? What are we gonna listen to? Oh, Lord of the Rings. And everyone is gonna now start complaining, that is not Lord of the Rings, that's Sounds of the Rings. Still, Ring of Powers. That's what we got. That's what we got. You did it live? Yes, I did it live. So I am overly starving. Who cares? Not Stardew. I'm overly starving. Alright. So we're gonna be listening to Lord of the Rings, alright? Rings of Power. During the next tomato, I'm gonna grab something to eat because I'm you know, imploding. I feel myself like from the inside. Anyway. When you complain you have that voice? Yes. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone, alright? Hello. Welcome to the break. Shit, this music was good. And what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened right here, chat? This is not how you behave. This is not how you behave. This is supposed to be a focus time. This is supposed to be a focus time, chat. Not a I distract G time. It was 45 minutes. I generally really appreciate you, but I need you to be focused. Not dumb. Not dumb. Really. I appreciate you for it though. We have a new poll. Let me make it a little bit smaller. You already know what those are. So then we can get to the unboxing time. There we go. There we go. Meow. Okay, so we have two things. There's supposed to be two things. There's supposed to be a graphic card and a monitor. Let me get a scissor. I'll be right back. Oh my head. Okay. Woo! I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited, chat. I'm very extremely excited. Wait, let me bring you here. Don't look at the mess. Don't look at the mess. But I'm very, very excited for this. So we have. Let's open this one, which is like the one that I'm the most scared of, but at the same time the most excited about. How do I open you? Oh. Why are you... What? Oh, what? It's not just a graphic card! It is not just a graphic card! Holy shit! Chat, look at what we got. Wait, let me put it zoom. Let me put it zoom. Look at what we got! We got little trinkets. Wait, how do I... They sent me Drakens! They sent me Drakens! Okay, so we have Draken number 1. We have Mama Draken! We have Mama and Baby Draken? Cute! Oh, a hat? Can I pretend to be sponsored by them entirely and I just go with the cap and be like, you know, I'm a cool creator, you know, they sponsor me, I'm actually, you know, cool. Oh, I thought it was the pricing in there. Wait, what? Tell me that this is not a sick one. Fuck. This is actually a sick one. I really like the patches. With the Yamaha stuff. I really, really like it. I really, really like it. Alright. And then... Okay, this... I'm sorry. This is, Valentino Rossi, is that you? This is, glad you like it? Oh, is that you, Luca? Really? Is that you? Okay, I was going to say something. Sorry. Beautiful t-shirt! Beautiful! Beautiful t-shirt! I like it! I like paillettes. I fucking love the hat. This one is beautiful. Thank you. It actually like I could actually like make an outfit out of it. I could actually make a. But anyway, this is not the important part. Say hi to our baby. Say hi to our baby. Oh my god. No more laggy. I might cry. I might cry too. So this is a 3080 GeForce X RTX. And it's a 12 giga. Oh my god. Don't drop her. I will not drop her. Nice. Okay, so we have this one that I'm gonna flex for today. I'm just gonna put it right here. Today you're gonna see it all the time. I don't really care. My room will be 100 cc with the GPU heat. It is exactly. To be fair, it's a good way to like go cheaper on electricity, right? Because like I'm not gonna pay for the heating in my room. I'm just gonna pay for the computer. Smart choice. But I really like these things. I fucking love the hat. I genuinely love the hat. The hat is so sick. Hat is really, really sick. I need a new power supply. Yes, I know. I need a new power supply. I'll get it. I'll get a new power supply for sure. I didn't think it was gonna get here so early. I didn't even think it was gonna get here today already. And well, chat, we also have a big boy, but this is a huge. Isn't this a huge box for a screen? Is the screen super huge? Wait, how big is this? Wait, hold on. How big is the screen? How big is it? Wait, let's open it. Let's see if it says inside. Hey. Huh. Huh. How do I... Huh. To be fair, I think I'm gonna be wearing. I'm thinking about an outfit to be wearing on the Milan Games Week with the hat. Anyway, is there not like a... Okay, the only way to see how big it is to open it. Anyway, let's try it out. Wait, doesn't it say here? No. Complicated. Complicated. I'm just gonna... I'm so scared of... Okay. Oh! Okay, we got it. We got it out. Okay, maybe here you can tell us how big it is without having to open it, all of it. Pera would love these boxes for sure. For sure. Warranty of 24 months? Oh, it's in Chinese. Oh.
Cos'è arrivato adesso?
Ciao mamma.
Cos'è sta roba?
Ah, un cappello.
Con tutta sta roba qua?
Sì.
No.
No, the graphic card.
Ah.
They're saying hi. And a monitor.
A new monitor.
Ooh. It's huge. Chat, look at how pretty it is.
Wow.
Look at how pretty. You know that we were talking about getting a new monitor? We freaking got it. MS, thank you so much. Wait. This is all thanks to the people on MSI in Italy. So appreciate you if you're watching this. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much I needed this. So thank you so fucking much. I really, really appreciate you for this. Oh, there's screws and stuff in here. What are these? But wait, I'm gonna be. No, I'm gonna be putting. I'm gonna be doing the live stream where I'll put it together. I think when I come back from the Millennium Games week. I think so. Golia. I will be playing Valorant on it, and maybe we can also try Somerville. Maybe we can actually try Somerville. It might be working. Nice. Nice. Let me close this one. Okay. Ugh. It's heavy. Can I please, even if they're not watching us, can I have thank yous in chat for MSI, please? I appreciate you for that. I have to change a little bit of the things for it. I have to get a new things. Thank you, MSI. Thank you. I appreciate you. I really, really do. Like, chat, I was complaining. I was crying. And the point is, do you remember that I was crying last weekend because I couldn't make everything work? Oh, Luca. Oh, thank you so much, Luca. I really appreciate you. You have no idea. I was crying the other day because the GPU was not working and it started to like actually doing weird noises. So I appreciate you very, very much. I really, really do. Thank you, MSI office. Thank you. Chat, send them heart, please. Then send them a lot of heart since they're watching. Does streamer cry often? Not really. Not too often. Not too often. Thank you, MSI. Oh my god. Oh, and I had another news. Wait, let's get back into here. And I actually no, I'm not in the right position. And I actually had another news, chat. We're gonna be playing Just Dance. If I find a way to connect the Nintendo Switch to the computer, we can play Just Dance in the wheel. That would be fun. That would be freaking fun. And since we have the, like, with the new GPU, I think that it will be even easier. Oh my god, the things that we can do. Oh my god, I'm very, very happy. I'm okay. Today is a happy day. Today is a very, very happy day. Finally something fun in the fun wheel. Yeah. Oh my goodness. If you're actually watching, thank you so much again. I thank you so much for that. Really. I'll be also putting a story later today with all of them, showing them better to you. But if you have anything else like this, MSI Office, like a jacket like this, I'd love to wear it. I'd love to wear it. And I have a question. Is MSI from Taiwan, right? Is MSI from Taiwan? I'm not wrong. I'm not getting confused though. Okay, I'll ask her. I definitely need like a graphic. Yes, you are from Taiwan. 我很喜欢台湾，因为我住在台湾2年。I lived in Taiwan for 10 years and for 2 years, and I love it. I love it. But anyway, jacket like this, beautiful. I don't want to stretch it too much, but a jacket like this, I'd love it. I actually love it. To keep on the Taiwan name. Yeah. Anyway, oh goodness, chat. I'm very, very happy. He's not from Salon. It's definitely not from Salon. We have to get back to work, alright, chat? Everything is made in Taiwan. Yeah, they have the best components for those the little chip things. Anyway, shall we get back to work? Shall we get back to being productive, chat? Are we ready? Okay, I'm a bit overexcited, but I'll try my best to get back to work. You know when you get, like, you receive a new game and you have to work, but oh no, we have to chat. We have to. Thank you for appreciating the new tattoos. I appreciate you. It's Stardew time. Okay, we have no more Lord of the Rings. We're gonna be listening to some Stardew inspired. Oh wait, did you make one? No, you did not make one. Okay, we're gonna go for the original soundtracks. People, again, MSI, thank you so much again for this. I really appreciate you. But Aria, you could have done the announcement with you made one? Wait, you made one? Let me go check the one that you made. Since I know that you're gonna like it better. Oh, there we go. I have it. I have it. Okay. How did this happen? What happened? If I need anything else, should I contact you? Oh, Luca, the only thing that I might have a problem with, I also have a case that is MSI, a computer case MSI. It might be too small for the graphic card. We're gonna find out. I don't want to stretch it too much. I don't want to stretch. I appreciate you so much, Luca. I really do. Anyway, for the tattoos, this is the link. This is the one that I use. That's the one. People, let's get back to work with Stardew Valley, alright? I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Scalier, thank you so much for the 2 months with the Prime. Only 2 months? Only 2 months? Scalier, appreciate. Holy shit. Fucking shit. You have to stop giving me this kind of like heart jumps. I don't even know what to call them. By the way, I was wondering, chat, before in chat there was the people from MSI. Do you think that they know what we're doing here? This is a weird thing. I didn't introduce them. I didn't introduce them from Teodoro, I cannot. I think that your dad will be very, very jealous if we do that. So sorry. So sorry. 1.2, remember, research plus bungee jumping. You want me dead. You just want me dead. Just say it. Say it if you want me dead. It's fine. I understand. What is MSI? MSI is a very cool brand for... Wait. It's a very cool brand. Wait, let me... For PC parts. And not only... Hi, the mat that gave me this. I swear this hat is cool. I feel like I can go on a. Oh, Alina, hi. You are traveling? That's amazing. I've been doing great. How about you? How are you doing? How is it going? Isn't it cool? Is that a Valentino Rossi hat? I don't know if it's the one, but if the hat fits, but that's a MotoGP. That's a MotoGP. Even better. Umbrellina, fuck. I'm gonna be riding the freaking motorcycle. Chat, you have to know that one of my dreams. Oh wait, no, not an umbrella. Shut up. I'm gonna be driving the shit. One of my dreams is to actually have a motorbike. You know those big motorcycles that like go on like the mountains and like, oh my god, that one. I'd love to have one of those. And just go in the mountains with that and just travel. Oh my god, I would love it. Oh my goodness. A Vespa? No, not a Vespa. No, yes, like an adventurous one. You buy me one for Christmas? Let me send you my P.O. box. Okay. No, Luca. No, thank you. You can see it on Twitter. No, no. I don't think I can reach the ground, but I'll still love it. One of my dreams is to have a degree. That's a large P.O. box. No, but for real, like, I'd love it. What kind of driver am I? Would I be safe on a motorbike? I had a motorbike for like most of my teenage years. You know, most of it. Not like a scooter. It was more like a scooter, not like a big motorbike. But I fell a couple of times because I kind of slipped. Or I just bent it a little bit too much so that I touched the ground with the motorbike and I fell on the other side. But I never hurt myself very badly. So, yeah, cinquantino. Start the poll. You're right. Sorry. Stardew Valley, we have it twice. And we actually have it already. And we also had Lord of the Rings. What should I add? Zelda. Okay, there we go. Thank you for appreciating my tattoo. You will teach me to race for MotoGP, but I'm not into like MotoGP. I'll be more for the ones with the dunes, with like dirt and all over. Thank you, Mama. She would never allow me to have it. Never. Yeah, you know the bikes that goes into the dirt. No, Chivets, are you okay? Are you doing good? Dirt bikes. No, they're not called dirt bikes, but they're bikes that go into... Are they actually called dirt bikes? Are they actually called dirt bikes? I thought you were making fun of me. Yes! Yes, a dirt bike! I want a dirt bike and I want to go dirt rally. No, dirt rally is a game. It's a car games. But I want to go like rally with the dirt bikes and just yes. I'm doing good, Firefox. How are you doing? Yes. Enduro, is that how they're called? Enduro, not cars though. I don't wanna go with cars. I wanna. Yes, I wanna go with those. It's super dangerous. Who cares? I don't care. I don't really care. Either that or like rallies with cars. It's one of my dreams, chat. If that will ever happen, I'd love it. Enduro are both for the road and for the outdoor. Oh, nice. Good as well. Yeah, nice to have you here, Firefox. Krista, hi! How are you doing? I want to go rally. Yes, because at least like bungee jumping is just you jump down, you just give yourself a and that's it. All right? Instead of like when you're going with the car, you have the power in your hands. I don't like to give away my power, right? So if I go bungee jumping, I'm giving away my power. Like I'm just defenseless. If I'm in the car, I have the power to drive. Oh my god. Drag racing when you get 2K. Oh my god. You think that I can? You think that I can? It's called adrenaline. Yeah, but you're such a strange human being. Yes. If you hear about anyone doing something like that, let me know. I'd love to learn to go rally. I can try to do like a vlog or IRL. I please get me to do some rally. Please. Please. Roof of Africa? What is Roof of Africa? Is it an enduro, a motorbike? Oh, Roof of Africa. It's just, it's a restaurant. Enduro? Roof of Africa, Mother of Heart, and what is this? What am I watching? But yeah, no, but these ones are too much in the dirt. Like, you know, like you don't go fast. It's just like you. These are not, I want to go fast. Sì che sono italiana, ciao Blood. You know? Superior, you're playing games? Why are you scared? Why are you being so scared of yourself? Why do you keep playing video games when you know exactly what you should be doing right now? They might gonna give you like a little bit of happiness, but what the fuck? That happiness is not gonna stay for long, right? I need you to get up from your... I need you to close all of your video games, to uninstall all of them. All of them. Alright? And I need you, right now, to do at least 1 tomato today. 1 tomato. And you keep track on it, alright? And then you also are also gonna go to the gym or start doing some movement. Because that helps your brain to get detached from bad behavior. Alright? Promise me you will do that. I'll check on you. Alright? Superior, for real. Not even joking. Sorry, someone was asking. I'm new. What is a tomato? Oh, a tomato is like a session of study. So we study for 45 minutes. Only 45 minutes. Alright? Only 45 minutes. We work for 45 minutes only. And then after, maybe you're gonna work more. But first we focus on the first one, alright? Sorry, I'm just trying to motivate someone that is being lazy. Oh, really, Ashka? Ooh, nice, nice, nice. Anyway, shall we all show Superior how it's done? Shall we all be productive for Superior? Wait, reply to my message, you, me, or someone else? Someone... Am I not answering to you, Ari? Anyway, People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Superior, if you need help, your boyfriend is writing in chat but ignores your message. What the fuck? Sorry. Sorry, what the fuck? Yeah. Answer to Arya. You're lucky and you know it. Don't ban them. Anyway, so Superior, if you need help, if you come on Discord, there is study rooms where you can go turn on your camera. So if you're getting distracted, people will be, the fuck you're not. Alright? People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. And then we take a break. Yeah, exactly that, Superior. If you come on Discord, you join a virtual study room. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break, chat. Hello, Dumbos. How are you doing? Hi, hi, hi. We have 666 viewers. I feel devil. How are you doing? How is it going? Hi, Leroy. Super productive. Let's go, comic. Let's go. Yay. Cow say hi. Lemon, thank you so much for the likes on TikTok. If you're watching this from TikTok, hello, I see you. Hi. How was the session? It was good for me. I was very productive. Let me give you more choices. I had to tell you something. Oh, yeah. Yes. I have to find a way to connect the Just Dance, like the Switch to the computer. So then we are gonna have soon the Just Dance breaks. Only for the wheel. Might be fun. Lomba! Hi! Are you working with us today? You're gonna listen to the classical music? You like it? How come I don't have an Adam Apple? I got a surgery. When they removed the Ding Dong, they also removed the Adam Apple. But you're a fucking VIP. Do you understand? You cannot ask those questions. No, you're not the only one. There's 6 more people. You can vote in chat on Twitch, typing 1 for classical music, 2 for orchestra music, 3 for jazz, 4 for beats, which is kind of cool. I kind of like it. 5 Organic House, 6 Final Fantasy. Can you please tell me how you did? Oh, I did a website for my resume on GitHub. I did an entire website. I really like Sick Beats. I really like it. You were right, removing him, maybe. What? No, you didn't. Did you ask me about the t-shirt or about the skirt? You don't need one. Shut up. Is it the sad beats? Maybe. Oh, you just realized that I have a neck tattoo? Yes, I do. Yes, I am cool and I have a neck tattoo. Don't tell him. Don't tell them. Shut up, okay? Shut up on this one. Give me this win for today, okay? Give me this win. Yes. Yes, right? Chat, we all like my tattoo. Yes. It's yes, it's a very cool tattoo. If you look at my pictures on Instagram, you might see it changing, but it's it's because like it's with the weather, it's meant to change with the weather. So it gets bigger, it gets smaller. No. I am weak, Lomba. It's new ink, yes. Lomba, I am a weak person. I don't have the power to get one on the neck or anywhere. I have 0 tattoo. I am such a fake person. This is as fake as my personality. So it's it's actually a temporary tattoo. Like kids that do like the fake tattoos, those ones. I have to, I want to, but I have commitment issues. I have very big commitment issues, so it's I know that this would look sick. I know it. The one that I had before, I liked more the one that I had before, which was like a sword with this snake. That was really cool. This one is a little bit more chill, but orchestra. That's not how it works, Mick. You have to vote in chat. It's not you don't redeem it. Oh shit. The knife was fucking sick. I agree. Vino, thank you for the 5 roses. Leroy, thank you for the 5 roses. Hey yo, people in TikTok, thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. I know that it makes me look hot. I know. You don't think that I know? Pretty simple. I know, but the point is, like, at the same time, Lomba, you have tattoos. I cannot get as first tattoo a tattoo on the neck. It's like illegal. It's illegal. As doing your first tattoo on your hands, it's illegal. You tried, Ando. You tried very hard. So It looked like a necklace, but a vertical necklace. Oh, yeah. Why not on the face? I mean, I'm not there yet. 2023, I'll get a real tattoo. Oh, shut up! Venus, stop with the roses! Venus, stop with the roses. Appreciate you. No need. Thank you for that. Like fishbowl? No, I don't, that's not my style. Fishbowl. That would, because I usually it does, but you have to find the right moment, especially like when I have my headset on and all of that. Leroy, thank you also for the roses. Now, Sear Sub Goa real tattoo? Shit. I don't know, Chad. I feel like the point is, like, I already know what I would like to have as a first tattoo, but I will never get it. I'm too scared. I'm too weak. I mean, on the face, that kanji means love. What? You got the point? Then just get 2 tattoos in the same session. One on the arm and one on the neck. Shit. Stop giving me bad advice. Stop giving me bad advice. Is shit. There's so much light. It's, I cannot. Oh my god. I've been having the idea of the tattoo that I want to have for like 5 years now, maybe more. A small one on the ankle. The point is, like, I don't like small tattoos. I don't like this. I don't like the infinite symbol on my ankle. I don't ankle. What does the Force app do to your computer? It's gonna burn your computer. It's gonna burn every single part of memory in your computer that it's connected to social media, so you cannot open it. Ankle. Shut up. Ankle. Shut up. Ankle. So like I don't feel like that, you know? Like I don't feel like having a small one. If I have to get one, I'd like to have like a big one, like a big one here, and then a one here, and then one here, and then another one here. Like I'm gonna get my full arm. You saw me with the fake ones. Do you understand? Get one with on my neck. Okay. People, Cristiano Ronaldo came in chat and said that I have to do one on my neck. I have to. Cristiano Ronaldo. Wait, what is the panther? What is the TikTok? What are you sending me on TikTok? Stop. What is a squirrel? What's happening? Sorry, chat. Stuff is happening on TikTok. I still don't know what those are. You're in Qatar? Thank you for the weights. Thank you for the heart. Thank you for the GG. Thank you for the squirrel. Thank you for the panther. What are those? What are those? What is happening? Weird things are happening on TikTok. Alfarms leave to continue. Oh, wait, shit. Your first was that one? What is a squirrel? No, that's... Send different gifts with different gifts. Leroy, thank you so much. I appreciate you. There is no need. There is no need for real. No need. No need. I appreciate you, though. Zoom on my neck. Zoom! Like that? Sure. I appreciate you, Leroy. Really. I really appreciate you. Shall we get back to work? What are we gonna listen to? Oh, no. Oh, fuck, no. Oh, fuck, no. Wait. Maybe I can still rig it. Fuck, I cannot rig it anymore. Shit. We're gonna be listening to Final Fantasy. Yay, I'm very happy. I'm very happy to listen to Final Fantasy. Yay! Where is it? Nice! I couldn't wait. I am very excited. Alright, people, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Thank you for the likes, Likey. I appreciate you. And if you're watching this on TikTok, double tap the screen to send likes. That would be super appreciated. Shall we get back to work? I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. Tips pitch, if you're still here from TikTok, hi. I am currently working. I'm not studying anymore. What are you studying? What are you working on? Hi. Welcome back, people. How is it going, Twitch? What do we do during the breaks? We chill. We chill a little bit. We chit chat. You tell me. Trakeru, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so freaking much. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hi, hi, hi. I finally finished to do the presentation for Ankh. Very, very happy that I finished to do that one. Diashitos! Hello, hello. Firenze? Bro, I'm Italian. Diashito, thank you so much for the frame. Welcome in, welcome in. Nice, hi, new Subi. Keep this new, keep this. Oh, Paul. Wait, this is the bling that you hear under is Ankh complaining about. Okay, no, it's just telling me what he thinks about my suggestion. Plus, I swear this guy. I asked him to please put something in a CSV file. He made a list on a doc. You saw the new tattoo? There you go. From Singapore? Hi. What language do you speak? Where did your dance go? There we go, Tracker. There you go. You got your dancing. Little dancey. No, it's not. There's different languages in Singapore. Cool, Teresa. I gotcha. Let me turn on the new music. But wait, how... Chat, if you have never watched Up, you definitely have to. You have to. Jalfer, you have to watch Up. For real. Please, like, what is, like, your... What do you think is the cartoon that anyone should watch? And anyone Up the movie, yeah, the animation movie. Next movie night, it's so nice. It makes you cry so much. We could. First scene puts me off watching it again. Oh my god, Akira, Spirited Away, that's a good. The Lion King, yeah. Mulan, oh yes, Looney Mulan, I agree. Leprechauns in the Hood, what is that? You never watched Up? You have to, you really have to. The Good Dinosaur? Toy Story. No, Bambi was, oh my god, Bambi was so bad. Bambi was just meant to make kids cry. That's it. That's all they wanted to do. Mulan is banned in this channel? Why? What? Why is it? Why is Mulan banned in this channel? It is not. It is definitely not. King Bernal, thank you for the 50 biddies. Appreciate you. Oh, you're doing it for the train? No. The train is triggered by 100 and plus. I'm sorry about that. I'm really sorry about that. Grave of the Fireflies and Princess Mononoke. Princess Mononoke is really good. Mulan is the best. We don't talk about Mulan? What do you mean? What do you mean we don't talk about Mulan? We can talk about Mulan how long you want. When I was little, I was dreaming about like going and cutting my hair and being against my family. I've been always very spoiled, but still like against my family and no one likes me. I hate this place. Stupid idiot. Coco, oh my god, makes you... Oh, Mulan is for cool kids. Yes, can we stop banning people for no reason? Oh, Paul! Paul, thank you for getting the train. That was your very first message and it's a cheer. I appreciate you for the 100 videos. What the heck? By the way, I also appreciate you so freaking much for the 43 out of 30. Can you hug me at a... Please do. Please hug me at the Games Week. I'd love to. Please. Hercules is better than Mulan. Oh, can I ban real quick someone? Sorry, give me a second. Okay, there we go. You're hearing the music twice? Oh, because you're hearing also from the microphone. There we go. Sorry. Bye, Kappa! Mods, can you please bring them back, actually? I feel bad now. Wait, let me bring them back. Wait, let me bring them back. Never mind. No, what do you mean no? Kami! She's even worse than me. She's even worse than me. Welcome back, Kappa. Bruh! Wally? I don't know, but I don't think that Wally is one of those animation movies that you should like. You have to watch. You know, it's like no, it's not like the ones that if you haven't watched it. I feel like the ones that you should have watched, like to grow as an adult. It's you have Mulan, you have Lion King, you have what else is like one of those that you cannot. You love my last YouTube video? Thank you. I think it's one of the funniest. Non spico bene inglese. Zdrogo, if you want to, we gather on Sundays morning on Discord. You can come on there and like chit chat with people as much as you can and try your best. There's a lot of Italians usually, so if you don't remember a word, you can say in Italian. People can help you out. We're only talking about classical Disney. No. All of them. All of them. Finding Nemo. Not sure. I'm not sure. No, you can read. You can give that back, JJ, actually. ¿Te gusta la entrevista en el gimnasio? People, I appreciate you for liking the video on with Joffrey. A lot of people texted me after saying like, oh, it's so fun, it's so nice, you should do it more often. I should do another one with Joffrey. I'd love to go more to the gym. I'd love to take you with me and do like a live at the gym with me because I think that it's fun. But you know that Twitch is weird, right? And it's I'm not that comfortable with my body to be live, you know. Joffrey's better than you. Get off. Best part of the video, Joffrey warm up was G's workout. Yeah, he made me do a huge workout. What the heck? He made me like, and then he was like, "Oh, we're done with the warm up." Wait, what? That was the warm up? Shit. Anyway, I hope you're ready for the vibes. Inside Out. Oh, that's really good. That's really, really good. I hope you're ready. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Lorenzo, of course. I hope you're ready for some toons, 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 para toons, 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 toons. I speak like in between, like something from Veneto, a mix of dialetti Veneti. People, I hope you're ready for this. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. German lost to Korea last World Cup? What? Welcome back. Welcome back to this party. How are you doing, people? How is it going? Sorry for the long meeting. I was talking with Gadget, or Chris, as you know him also. We're discussing about stuff about the podcast and a comeback of him on stream. We were planning, if you want to, Germany lost with Japan. This is the underdogs gay World Cups. Oh my god, it's amazing. Anyway, if you want to, we were planning about having let me start also the new poll. We're planning about having let me start this one. Okay. We're planning about doing like a series of like learning sign language with him. So having like 5 streams with him of 1 hour, and we just learn together. You've been planning. Falter, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much for it. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Give them sniffa chat. Give them a lot of sniffas. It would be really. That's what I'm thinking. What if we do like a city of with Chris on stream, like 5 once every 2 weeks, and he comes in for 1 hour, and we learn from 1 hour sign language. So, and then I upload all of these also on YouTube. So if you ever need it, you have them right there. A CD, not a CD, Kami. A Siri. A Siri. A CD. She's old, the people. Excuse her. If you do exclamation mark, you know the name of the song. Be mine. Be mine. Be mine. You liked it? You liked it? Series. Oh, you add the S? Sign language, put more Siri. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like we do 1 tomato of like learning that. I would love to do this with also other languages. Forgetti, I remember you, you amazing god. What were you winning? Were you winning charades or like the song? Which one was it? By the way, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. Am I coming to Milan to a co-working next week? I am not. I'm not planning to, Venusta, but... Charades. Okay, charades. Scamrades. Shut up. Beats. We haven't had beats yet. Oh my god, that was loud. Oh my god, that was loud. Holy, that was loud. Leah, you beautiful, sexy human being. Hi, hello. Are you staying hydrated? Right? That's yeah. Where are you going? Army and Valor. No, don't put too much pressure. They will. Falter, thank you so much. I'm stretching. You're freaking right. So, we will be doing. Parlo italiano. Sì. Ciao, come stai? Yeah. So I'm planning about doing that. I would love to do this series also with other things. Would it be nice to learn more things? Like when we were learning Python, it was nice, maybe a little bit too long, both in like episodes and in hours. But what if once every 2 weeks we learn something? Like now we have the sign language period and we go on for like a month where we learn sign language basics. And then next, the 2 months after we do this, maybe I'll find someone that can teach us Portuguese. And we learn Portuguese. And then someone else will teach us... Oh, Maxwell! Maxwell! How much is the fish? Maxwell, thank you so much for the $10 to the mods. Thank you so much for the $10 to the mods. I appreciate you. They're gonna eat today. Today they're gonna eat some rice. Let's go. But like, And then we learn like I would love to learn Arab also. I think that would be so good. Non so, no che non sono madrelingua per niente. Baby, sono madrelingua veneta. There's an app you can download to your phone to help you with sign language. Really? Dinner's on you. Let's go, Maxwell. I would love to learn also to learn Arab. I think that would be so good. I think that is a beautiful language. I do owe you still a ice skate, and that is gonna happen next week. Because this week I am freaking busy all the time. Aspetta un attimo, Veneta dove? Verona. Verona. I don't know your language. What are you talking about? Shut up. Shut up. Also, Russian will be cool. Russian will be... Russian will be so good. Perché? Why are you gonna remove the follow? I think it would be a great idea if you would get an IRL tattoo with you. We could do that too. Bow, bow. Bow, Leah. Bow, bow. Bow, Leah. Yes. Learning Greek. Aya, do you want to teach us Greek? We could have like a city with you and me, and you teach me Greek. Would you want? Do you want to do that? It's a hell of a language, yes. You can teach me Arabic letters? That would be beautiful. Fetto live anche in italiano? No, I don't, Beppy. I don't, Mr. Peppy. Beppy? Beppy. I don't. I'm sorry. Or Italian. I can teach her Italian and she teaches me Greek and we can go for that. Both very useless languages. That would be something else, I would say. Chat, we still have oh shit, we still have 2 tomatoes. We're late. No, we don't. No, wait. No, we did. Oh, we're so late, chat. We still have 2 more. Oh my god. Who buys CDs nowadays, G? You want? Camille can teach us Spanish. Camille can teach us Spanish. Yeah, I'm sorry for the last minute if it was long. The meeting was going on. I'm sorry. But shall we go on? People, what are we gonna listen to? Oh, the beats. You have been tricked. These are sad beats. Sad emotional beats instrumental. Let's go. Let's go. Emo boy coming. Emo boy. Amazing. Holy shit! Rezi, thank you for the $100 to the mods. Mods, you're gonna eat meat today! Not only rice! Meat! Rezi, thank you so fucking much. You know that I super appreciate you supporting the mods. Fuck, thank you! I appreciate you. I appreciate you very, very much. People, shall we go back to work? Remember, if you want to help, if you also want to help the mods, give it a second. Hold on 1 more minute. 30 seconds. Almost there. It's almost there. You will soon see it. It's gonna appear very soon. Just hold on. Hold on your chair. Fuck, it's not the right one. Tip mods. Anyway, exclamation mark tip mods. That's the one. You can check that one. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Hi, people. Hello. Welcome back to the break. Oh, I'm starting to feel the fact that we're doing 7 tomatoes today. Holy! How are y'all doing? How is it going? How are you feeling about this music today? You know, beats is not too bad, isn't it? The beats are not too bad. It's just chill. It's chilled. We have one more ahead of us. If you're watching this from TikTok, hi. Nice to have you here. I'll see you. I'm currently on Twitch, but if you want to double tap the screen, that's very much appreciated. But I hope you had a good, productive moment. Can you vote against FF? If you come on, by the way, if you're on TikTok, if you come on Twitch, you can also vote from the chat on what music we're gonna be listening to in the next tomato. Shameless TikTok plugin? Of course. What the fuck? Of course. Leroy, shit. Thank you for the 10 roses. Appreciate you. I really do. Thank you for that. You won't come on Twitch? Alright, it's fine. Don't do it then. If you type 1, you're gonna choose classic music, 2 for orchestra, 3 for jazz, 4 for Stradivari, 5 for beats, which is the one that we were listening to now, 6 organic house, 7 Lord of the Rings, 8 Final Fantasy, and 9 Zelda. 3, no, you cannot vote there. Do you want me to vote for you, Leroy, from there to Twitch? Type 3 or Kami will ban you? That's not true. Ignore that. Ignore. Oh, did I write Zelda? Oops. Shame on me. Shame on me on that one. My day is going very well. I've been very productive today. I usually I always have like at least one tomato where I'm not super productive, and I haven't had it yet. I think that the next one, but I have like a call because I have to fix some stuff. So maybe the next one is gonna be a little bit more chilled one. Sorry about yawning. Sorry. Yeah, I sound like Phil. Phil who? Phil this in this nuts. Is that the game that you're gonna try to play? Breed. It's David. It's breed for a dog. It's breed. Floyd is half of a Labrador and half of a Collie. Okay, that is fucking weird. Let me see how many messages do you have and if they were all weird. They were not all weird. You're very lucky, so you just get a timeout. Go in your corner. Go in your horny jail. What the fuck? There we go. Kami has the lowest rate on banning people from the mods, just saying. What? Kami, what? What are you saying? What is that English? What is that? I don't know what happened there. I don't know. Chats get weirder? I don't know, chat. Kami gets lower. Kami has the lowest rate of banning people from the mods, just saying. No, that's not true. That's not true. You just, the ones that you do, but it's low because you don't notice. But then when you notice the wrong thing. I'm joking, Kami. It's fine. Don't worry. Braid. No. What? Oh, not braid. How do you say a dog that is a Labrador? It's I just said it and it's gone, and it just, the word is just gone from my head. A breed. No, it's B-R-E-E-D. Sorry. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna get a snack. Breed. There we go. That's how you say breed for a dog. Not a brand. Yeah, you know, my dog is a Lacoste. My dog is a Gucci dog. Soon it will come out, something like that. Dread? What? No, I'm dead. It's different. A brand. Shut up. Shut up. People, what are your plans for the next tomato? Are you already making that out? Do you have water with you? Do you have water? Very important. Water. Please. Hi, Mark. Okay, listen up. What's going on? Why today is the channel of partners? Why today we have like at least 6 partners in chat? Hi, Marg. How are you doing? Welcome in. How are you? What are you working on today, Marg? Should I Python or Java? It depends what you want to do. Hydrate for real, for real. I tough. Are you complaining? There's doggo still here. I think that he's either like snoring or complaining because I'm talking. You want to do front end? Neither of those. Java. Python. I don't know. Like what? Like I mean, you can maybe do something with Python, can you? I'm not sure. Well, CSS for sure, that's for sure. What do you mean avoid Java? Howdy, Jake. Did I ever try doing bullet journal? Yes, I do. Yes, I did. I've been using a bullet journal. Oh my god, what is happening today? I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I did bullet journal for a very long time. Sorry for your ears. Sorry. I keep yawning and I don't want to. Sorry. ASMR, there you go. There you go. ASMR for you all. I've been bullet journaling for a while. And then now I rather have like something on the computer that just sends me reminders. But when I was like studying and I didn't have like specific task, I like to go bullet journal. Oi, eu não falo português. Mas eu gosto do Carnaval do Brasil. Pão de queijo. We are gonna go Aqua. We're gonna definitely have another area live stream at the ice skating that I couldn't do the last time, but as soon as I come back from the conference that I have this weekend, we're definitely doing that. I did not put the new GPU. It just arrived today. It's right there. Our baby is right there. Also, that one I think is gonna happen after the weekend. Good morning, Shadzam. Good morning. It's a 3080. 3080. Yeah, bro. 4090. That's a bit too much. 3080. It's a 3080, and I'm coming from a 2070, so it's not like a huge deal, but it's a lot, you know. What's the plan for tomorrow? Study stream into cooking? Yes. Study stream into cooking. Study stream into cooking. So tomorrow around like this time where we'll be switching into the kitchen, I'll be kicking my parents away. Like they don't know yet, but tomorrow they're gonna be homeless. So they're gonna have dinner out, and then we're gonna be cooking the cookies. Oh shit, I also have to... I'm so sorry. I also have to prepare the things for Enk. I have to remember this. What will I do for the 2017? Well, there is a person that needs it, so I'm thinking about giving it to them for Christmas. Christmas! If you are on TikTok, I love you. And I was thinking about giving it for Christmas. Yeah, cookies, but these are gonna be good cookies. So there's not gonna be too many ingredients in there. Poor mama? Nah. Since I have lectures before? Okay, that's nice. You don't know Christmas? You don't know Christmas, Leah? Oh, yeah, comic. Oh my god, I love you, comic. Thank you for not making me stupid. I said the same the last time. This one are gonna be easy. No, it's gonna be like super simple cookies. And then I'm gonna put on top like some kind of toppings with sugar. So we're gonna be focusing more like on coloring them. I will forget them at home 100%. Anyway, I will not. Shit, I will try not to. I have to remember to buy the things to put the cookies in. But yeah, tomorrow night we have cooking stream. It's already tomorrow. Shit, I have no time. Okay, people, we have stuff to do, alright? I also have to do the luggage already. Oh, I have to do it tonight. It's gonna be a speedy days for me, these ones. Anyway, maybe tomorrow you also see me doing some luggage. Anyway, people, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye-bye. What are we listening to? Wait, jazz. Ooh. Wait, bye. Bye-bye. hello. Welcome to the break. Vino, what the fuck happened on TikTok? Vino, what the fuck happened on TikTok? Thank you for chat on Twitch. Let me tell you what happened on TikTok. Pumpkin. It's a year. Pumpkin. Shit.
Grew to live in fear, but no stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
Pumpkin, thank you so much for the 12 months. I appreciate you so much for it. I appreciate you very much for it, really. Thank you for the year. Wait, were you talking? A year passed by and you still don't see... I'm not gonna read the rest of the message. I'm not gonna read the rest of it. But, chat, let me tell you all the things that happen on TikTok. Vino sent a rose, a soccer ball, a football, a weight, snap fingers, squirrel, a GG, a wishing bottle, a mini speaker, hot water bottle, a chair of secrets, a chestnut, a grapes, tennis, a TikTok, a football, a rose, football, a TikTok. What the heck is that? Appreciate you for it, but oh shit. I was talking about functioning in VLC that lets you use a stream as a wallpaper instead of open it in a browser. Okay, man, wallpaper is on the wall. You know, that's what I meant, NaturePie. Man, I am sorry if that is what you meant, but in my brain, maybe it's my problem. Maybe it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Shit, Vino is going. Vino is still going with the tennis, the grapes, the chestnuts, the chair, the hot water, the mini speaker, the wishing bottle, the GG, the squirrel. What are these things on TikTok, by the way? The snap fingers, the weights, the TikTok, appreciate you. Chill. Yeah, maybe it's my problem. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. There's no Vino. No wine. No wine. I can call you Nate? Okay. Sorry, Nate. I'm sorry. Vino. No Vino. Chap, we're done. We're done for today. We worked really, really hard. We worked really, really hard. Oh my god. I feel like my back is gonna snap sooner or later. We done it. I wanted to go to the gym, but maybe I should not. Vino! But we finished. Vino! Sorry. I'm just doing like, do you also do that? Like I do a lot of like calculation on time in like, what do I have to do where I get there and then I come back and then don't disappoint her more? What do you mean? Oh, that's the point. That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking if I can both go to the gym, play with Arya, and also train later tonight. Maybe I should not. I went to the gym for the last 3 days. 2 days. What? 2 days. I'm not really good at planning. I suck at planning very much. Very, very much. Extremely much. I'm not that good. H Black, thank you so much for the likes on TikTok. Yeah, if you're watching this on TikTok, you want to double tap the screen. That's a lot of help. I appreciate you. No more gym? No, nah. Arya went to the gym, did she? Did she actually went to the gym? Train with Arya, play with the gym. What? You were streamed? What do you mean you were streamed? Last time you were on at the gym. Vino, chill. Thank you for the tennis. Thank you for the grapes. Thank you for the chestnuts. This is becoming our thing. Thank you for the chair of secrets. Thank you for all water bottle. Thank you for the mini speaker. Appreciate you, Vino. I really, really, really do, Vino. We can have SQC aware as a mode. You don't like the aware that we already have? You don't like our aware? You don't like our way of being aware? By the way, I'm feeling very tired. I have to plan if tomorrow when I already start with the new monitor so I can have two, but no, because I need it to be up there. Don't overtrain, that's fine, it's fine. I'm actually feeling very good, like physically. You know, I'm feeling very good. And if you're also trying to get to work a lot and all of that, remember that if you work out, then you feel better. Hi, Firefox. Oh, the wishing bottle, the GG, the squirrel, the snap finger. Sorry, it kept going. Sorry, Vinu did gone again. Thank you, Vinu, for that. I appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow if I didn't see you later, Brian, for real. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait for the monitor and the graphic card. I was not expecting to receive all of those already. Working out has done wonders for my mental. Oh my god, working out for your mental health, but not just mental health, just like even productivity is so good, so good. So does pizza offer? Yes, it does, but temporarily, right? Do you work out, chat? It doesn't have to be going to the gym, because going to the gym can also be like something. Bleh. Going to the gym, do you run? Do you walk? Are you taking care of your own body? You're going tomorrow at the gym? Good job. Offer, try to at least go for walks. At least go out for oxygen, alright? Promise me this. Not so much care, but yes, it's fine. Doesn't have to be too much, just a little bit. You don't, Korpa? Please do. Please do, really. Run half of a marathon? Holy shit, good job. You lift weights, Vinu? Really? Nice. That's good for you. Yeah, that's a hope. I have no idea what happened here. You have a home gym? You were at the science conference. Then it's okay. If you do that constantly, that's okay. Kotpa is busy watching the IG story to recognize you. Were you able to recognize them, Kotpa? Were you able? You can deadlift 115 kilos? Holy shit! Holy shit! What the fuck? What the fuck? That's a hope. Thank you. Appreciate you. Chat, I am gonna take a little bit of a rest. I hope you will do too. If you still have to work, you know, you can join us on the Discord. You can join us over there. I'm gonna take a little bit of a rest. I'll be back tomorrow at 11, and we're also gonna be cooking, alright? We're also gonna be cooking in the evening. So it's gonna go straight away? It's gonna go straight away into cooking. So I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. Remember to follow here so you get the notification when I go live tomorrow, and you don't have to go wonder like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Tonight there is a watch party of FIFA, next FIFA game on Discord apparently. Nate! It's fine, Nate. Don't worry. Sorry if I misunderstood you. I have to be careful, you know, with people out there. I appreciate you so much for the 2 months. Thank you so much for it. Take a little bit of a rest. If you want to know more about what I'm going to be doing tonight, tomorrow, etc., you can join me on Instagram if you want to put a like, a follow, or whatever you want. And if you have some free time tonight, you can also check the video with the Joffrey. That's actually a fun one. If you have any tips, on like if you have ideas or things that you think that I should be doing, I am very happy to hear all of those. Bye to the people on TikTok. I appreciate you. See you tomorrow. And to everyone else here, you're not understanding Double. I'm so sorry. To everyone else here, bye. I love you. Be nice, alright? Be nice to each other. Be nice to everyone else around you. Be good, everyone.